Okay, yeah, that's fine. So there's no extra settings here, just put the instructions in. Okay, that's done. If you're reinstalling GStreamer, which we're not doing, let's do the test first of all. Be a good idea, because one of the dependencies we're waiting for was for tests. Okay, there's one skipped still. Interesting. So, that could be one of these other dependencies. So I'll just go straight for the install again. So that's GStreamer installed, reinstalled, and funnily enough, yeah, perhaps not so funny enough, GST plugins base, which we've got here, is to be reinstalled after GTK3, so let's do that one immediately. So if you're going to run a test, remove one that's known to fail upstream and build it. Okay, that's completed, and let's run some tests. It says it needs an X terminal. So I don't know if we'll get any windows popping up or not. Yep, there's one. Oh yeah, and I think that's the one we had an error before, as I seem to remember. So there's two failures there. So I'm going to just have a look at this, see if we can ascertain anything that might indicate why. Elements, GL, images, ink. Oh, it's still there. No, there's no details, unfortunately. Assertion failed. Okay, so there's no real details apart from why or what failed. That's a bit of a shame. Okay, so I'll keep that as it is. And reinstall. Again, it could be something, one of the external dependencies that's not in BLFS that's caused that. GST. So GST plugins base. So that's rebuilt. So the next one I've got is to rebuild GCR. Now it's two separate entries to rebuild it after GTK3 and a little bit later on to rebuild it after GTK4. So it would be ideal if we could get GTK4 installed and then just rebuild that once rather than twice. So maybe that'd be something to look at to get GTK4 built next. Again, I've got GJS to rebuild after GTK3 and 4. And then we've got Avahi, which built earlier on to rebuild after GTK3, but obviously since then we've done lots of other reinstallations to bring everything up to date. So I think the Avahi rebuild would be a good one to do now. So I'll get rid of that. Let's look for Avahi again. So the groups are obviously there. A patch, security vulnerability, and if I remember rightly, was it just documentation to add on the back of this? Oh, was it the tests? Maybe that's what it is. Okay, and build. Oh, actually, I've done the enable test, but it says the package does not come with a test suite, so it doesn't indicate how to test it, but I imagine there's going to be issues. So I'll just do the make install for that case then. So we should have this file still in existence. Let's check that. Pick it up. Right, no, oh, this is the config. Yeah, sorry, this is the two things we don't install. Right, so what I will do is restart this resolve D in case it's got anything to do with this package. Status. I'll restart that. Okay, yeah, it looks like the installer's actually inserted that Avahi daemon. I'll have to check when reboot to make sure that hasn't it doesn't actually start when the machine gets rebooted. Let's do a status on that. Right, yeah, I think what it's done, it's reinstalled this. So, oh no, it is stopped. It is disabled. So I seem to remember that this, if I restart this, it tells me that something's changed. Oh, it didn't this time. Right, that's better. So I'll have to check. Check if Avahi daemon is running after reboot, and if it is, then maybe I've got to remove that system unit. Okay. So that's reinstalled. I'll mark that as done. So that's complete. And it's been reinstalled. Okay, so that's good. So it looks like now we go back to OpenCV. Oh yeah, so we're reinstalling GTK and all its dependencies. I think I'll have a quick look at GTK4 while I'm here, because it could be that we pick up some other packages that might want GTK while we're doing this branch here. Yeah, I think I'll go through all of this. So let's start with GTK Pixbuff. We've got that reinstalled. Graphene. installed. ISO codes. Yep, let's just have a look at that one. Okay. Lib epoxy, I think we've done. Yep. Lib RSVG we've done. XYKB comma we've done. Pango I think we've done. Yep. PY Gobject. I think that's done. Rebuild after Cairo, PY Cairo and GTK4. Okay. Wayland protocols. Yes, that's done, I'm sure. Yep. Add waiter icon theme, we did that earlier on. What's that? There was something I put in here, wasn't there? What was that about? That's for the cups icons. This one didn't have anything to do, did it? No. GST plugins bad. Right, we haven't done that one, so let's do that next. Right, we've got base obviously, lib AOM, we've done lib DVD read. Right, what have I done there? No, we haven't got that one, so pull that one out. So install the documentation of version directory. Configure, compile the package. And install. Permission denied. Oh yes, okay. Right, so that bit's okay. It's this bit that didn't work. So that's lib DVD read. And let's remove some of those LA files. Okay. Lib DVD nav. Nope. Requires lib DVD read, which was obviously just installed. Again, installing a versioned subdirectory and build it. And install. DVD nav. Next we have libva, I think we've done. Yep. And the SVT AV1 I can see, and sound touch. Nope. So enable OpenMP. This switch has support for running the algorithms in parallel across several processor cores using OpenMP implementation provided by GCC. So that sounds like quite a good thing to have. So let's put that in. And build it. And finally install. That's done. So that's sound touch. Shut that down, and now we're moving on to a load of optional packages. So some of these we've got and some we haven't. Blues we've got, curl we've got, FAAC. No, we haven't got that one. So on GitHub, we forked the upstream repository into our own LFS book namespace and created a tag for the release. This is done to ensure the download tarball file name to be correct and consistent. It shouldn't change when using a browser. Instead of a tool like wget, our tag and the upstream release tag are on the same commit, so we've not introduced any changes to the tarball content except the name of its top level directory that Git does not track. Okay, so let's build this. What does it say here? Okay, that's stuff that's outside the book. That's done. The package. This package does not come with a test suite. However, the basic functionality can be tested by encoding a sample WAV file. The sample is installed by the alcutils package. So I don't think we've installed that. No, so I'll install that to get the WAV file. This has got alcalib, which we've got. FFTW, I think we've done. Yep. Lib sample rate, which we haven't got. So again, alcalib. Let's look for lib sound file, which we've done. So we've got everything there. We've got FFTW. Let's push D back to the BLFS directory. Fetch this. And build it. make check. Okay, that's all complete. All tests passed. So let's do an install. And that's done. So that's in the book. Let's close that down. XMLTO we've got, so let's install LC utils. So incompatible. Right, so omit that switch. If you wish to regenerate the man pages, we can do that. Omit this switch if you have FFTW and wish to install a basic audio tester. Oops. And the other one, that's okay. Right, what have I done wrong here? Yeah, I thought so. I shouldn't have put that back there, should I? That's better. Okay, so I'll run make. And run some tests. I think that was okay. What I saw jump past then, yep. And install it. Okay, then as the root, initialize the default settings for the sound card. Right, I haven't got a speaker set up at all, so I won't be able to listen to anything. But we can prevent this message by running that command. On systems which have multiple sound cards, you may need to adjust the default audio device so that you get the output from your speakers. Set the default device. First check the proc A sound cards file to determine which number you need to set. So let's look at that. So it looks like there's two that I can use. Oh, these are the monitors. So I probably want to set the default to 0 to be on the first monitor. So let's create that file and edit it. And change these to 0. I think there's a play minus L. Yeah, shows you the cards as well, what's available. Yeah, the default is set to VC4 HDMI 0, and VC4 HDMI 0 is device 0 by the looks of it. Oh, sorry, no, there's device 0 for VC HDMI 1. So the default is 0 anyway, the first HDMI port, basically, so it would probably work without this setting. Okay, that's that. I'll see utils and copy that one in. Else utils. Right, there it is at the bottom of the screen, hiding. Okay, so now we can go back with popd and run this command to use the sample file that was set, and that looks like that's worked. Then decode the result using the FAD program from the FAD package. Right, so that's the one that's going to be installed next, I think. Yes, it is. So let's get that one up and install this. So once again, I'll do push D back to the sources directory, fetch the package and a sample file. And extract it. There's no other explanations or options for compiling, so I'll just copy and paste the commands. Right, we've got an error there, linking undefined reference. Right, I wonder why that is, because there's no dependencies apart from CMake to build it. So there's no... Oh, this must be from that testing before, the lib input testing. It looks like that's filled up the message buffer. Oh no, there we go. Yes, it's filled it up completely, but there's no new messages, so there's nothing untoward apparently going on. Let's try building this again then. Rerun the CMake, see what the output is from that. check for working C compiler. User bin cc skipped. Let's look at CMake lists. What was the command? CMake. Was it -L, was it? List non-advanced cached variables. LAH. LAH. Let's have a look. Right, I can't see anything there. Let's try compiling with -J1 in case that makes a difference. Okay, well that seemed to make the difference then. It's definitely built. If I run make again on its own, yeah, it's not complained that time. So there's no test suite, but we can do this decoding and it should report exactly the same as it's got here. Well, okay, the directory is different because that's different. ADTS 4.608 seconds, 13 kilobits per second, 16,000 hertz. Yep, that looks correct. Now play the sample result. Well, like I say, I can't hear it, but this should still run anyway. 4 seconds, 4.5 seconds, it should stop. Yes, that's about right. And it should show sign 16 little endian rate, 16,000 stereo. So that's all good. Install. So I'll add that in FAAD. Right, and I've just put a note to say that I had to compile that with minus J1. Make minus J1 needed for successful build. Okay, so that's done. Now we can go back to FAAC, and we need to do pop D to go back. And oh, this is to play an MP4, and it should identify as signed 16-bit. Yep, bits per sample. Oh, A-Play should identify it, but yes, you can see it's 16-bit and it's 48 kilohertz. And somewhere does it say it's stereo? Actually says total channels 1. Oh, 2 channel there. So yes, that bit looks okay. And A-Play, again, it's playing it, and it's reported the right parameters, so that's good. So let's install that now, and that's done. And there's another encoder there as well, which is not part of BLFS. So that's FAAC. Shut that down, and we move on to FDK AAC, which we've installed. GTK3 we've got. GST plugins good. Which we haven't got, so that's the next one. Let's open this in a new tab, new window, sorry. Yeah, this has got a few dependencies. So we've obviously got base, we've got Cairo. Yep. FLAC I think we've done. Yep. GDK Pix buff. That's been reinstalled. Lame we've done. Right, QT we haven't done, so that'll have to be a reinstall on this package. Speaks, I don't think we've done. Oh yes we have, yeah, we've done that one. Tag lib, no, we've not done that one. So UTF CPP, let's try that one. UTF. No, I haven't got that one. Okay, so just simple copy and paste and install, and that's done. So UTF CPP, and now we do tag lib. Okay, that's done. There are tests, but it's an external package to enable that. So let's just do an install. Right, loosen it now. So tag lib. Tag lib, and shut that down. Valgrind v4 utils, v4l utils, rebuild after QT6. But we've got it, Wayland we've got, so we're ready to build this one now. GST plugins good. So again, there's just commands to copy and paste here. Oh right, I've just noticed Pulse Audio is recommended and I haven't installed that. I don't know how I've missed that. In fact, I've missed quite a few of these, but it looks like for some reason. I've probably got fixed on this thinking that everything else has been done previously, so I'm going to abort this, delete that, and go through the rest of these. Where did I get to? Lame libsoup. I've jumped the lines, haven't I, when I've been scanning down. So libsoup I think we've done. Yeah. And libvpx we've done. mpg123, mpg123. Yes. NASM Pulse Audio. No, we haven't done that, so let's get that opened. Right, lib sound file we've just done a short while back, or it's been done previously. Yeah, I think it's been done previously. Yeah, it has. Alsa lib we've just done, dbus, glib, speaks we've got, blues we've got, FFTW we've done, GST plugins base we've got, GTK3 we've got, lib sample rate, that was the one I was thinking of that we've just done. Yes, it is. SBC for Bluetooth support. Lib sound file, right, so we can install this one. So disable tester, remove it if you've installed sound file, which we have, so we'll configure without that switch. And then run make to compile it, and then install. And that's done. So SBC. So I think that means we're ready to build Pulse Audio now. So what have we got here? So we can remove the Doxygen. Let's create the build directory. Now copy the setup. So remove that one. We have all three packages, dbus, SBC2 and blues, so that can be removed. Yeah, the remove check from BLFS, so we'll have to leave that there. Have I got it in the list there? Yes, they have, yeah, as an external. So build this. Right, so that's done. Run the tests, or some of them at least, and they're okay. And install. And it says running Pulse Audio as a system-wide daemon is possible but not recommended. While still as the root user, remove the dbus configuration file for the system-wide daemon to avoid creating unnecessary system users and groups. If you've installed Wireplumber, make sure to follow commands to disable the Pulse Audio server to prevent conflicts with Pipewire. So that might be something we'll be doing when we install Pipewire, I imagine. Yeah, it must be these files here, so I'll leave that until we install Pipewire. So that's it then. Pulse Audio. And did this have something to do with QT, or was that something else? That must have been something else I saw. Right, may have missed that then. Anyway, that's Pulse Audio done. Oh, it was this one, wasn't it? Plugin dependencies. Pulse Audio, AA-lib. So I've built these a little bit out of order, but it looks like it doesn't matter. Xorg fonts we've done, slang, or slang. Right, I haven't got that one, so we need to install that. libpng we've got, so copy link. So this has got to be built on a single thread. And looks like there's nothing else to say about this one. Okay, that's done. Let's run some tests. All done, so let's now install it. And it says you may have to run LD config, so let's do that. And that's finished. So that's slang. Shut that down, and we can now, we've got GPM, let's install aalib. Let's fetch it first. So minor problem with an M4 file. Change the default font. Fix an overuse of some encases internal data structures. And do these changes to allow building with GCC 14 or later. And configure and make the package. Right, okay, so it looks like we've got an out of date config.guess again. So let's look to see where it is. Is it in this directory? It is. And how old is it? 2001. Crikey, they're getting older and older, I think. Yeah, 30th of March 2001. So let's rerun that, and that's now running. Okay. And that's installed. A lib. So we'll close that one, and I think that should be it now. Oh, libdv, missed that one. Yep, libdv. Don't think we've got that one. No. Pop-t. Right, we've done that. Graphical environment we've got. So we can install that. Didn't want to do that. Disable XV. Parameters required if the next Windows system is not installed. It also prevents configure testing for libxv, which is only used for an obsolete program play DV that will not be built with the current Linux headers and would need other obsolete dependencies. Okay, so it looks like graphical environment is not strictly necessary. Okay, we've got another config.guess is out of date. 2006. And let's have another go. And install it. And put some documentation on the disk as well. So libdv. Right, why is that no one finding it? libdv. That's better. Right, so finally we've got all the GST plugins dependencies that are in the book. So let's extract GST plugins. Good, isn't it? Yeah. So this should, let's run it up to the end of the setup just to double check, because that's how I realised that I'd missed pipe wire, pulse audio, because I happened to catch that it said it wasn't found. There's a lot of, lib pulses there now, so that's good. So all that looks good. Let's have a quick look down the list, see, just look at the nose. It's probably the quickest way. Don't know what that is, don't know what that is. Orc. Is that what? Yeah, that's one of the options outside of the book. So that's alright, it's just an older version. Yeah, these are all packages that are external to the book, so that's fine. Just wait for this to come back. And that looks all good, so let's run Ninja now. Right, that's built, and let's run some tests. Okay, we've got one failure, which it says is known to fail on some systems, so we've been caught by that one. So install, that's done. So I've added this to the spreadsheet and put a note to rebuild it after Qt6. So GST plugins good is complete. We can close this down now. So GST plugins, good. Little CMS we've got. Yep, that's reinstalled, so that can go like that. libas, that's okay. libde265, libde265. Yeah, I got that one. libexif, that's in. librsvg, we've got libsoundfile, we've got libssh2, I think we've got libssh2. Yep. libusb we've got, let me check. Yep, and libwebp. That's in. libxkb common we've got. libxml2, neon, don't think we've got that one. No. GNU TLS, we've got libproxy, we've got libxml, haven't got that. We've got NSS, I'm pretty sure. And that's only for some tests. Certutil, oops. Yeah. And XMLTO, so we can install this one. And let's have a look with libproxy. Right, okay, we've got libproxy, but I suppose we could build it in. And what's this one? Okay, so we'll stick with the default libssl. So that's built, and run some checks. That's done. Regenerate the documents. And install. And that's complete. So neon. Shut that down. And what's the next one? We've got Nettle. I think we did that. Yes. libgcrypt. Yes, did that one. OpenCV. CV, I think I looked at that one earlier, didn't I? Yeah, we didn't do that one, so let's do it now then. Okay, let's open this in a new tab. There's a few dependencies there, just in case we get lost. Oh, yeah, there it is there, isn't it? So, does this need GTK4? Is that what this is about? GTK3? No, okay. I'm not sure why that is. Okay, let me open it up again here. And then when we come back to it, we can decide if it's necessary to build it again or not. In fact, we should know by the end of this. So libarchive we've got that one, that one, Jasper, got that, libavif, libexif, libjpeg turbo, yep, png we've got, tiff we've got, webp we've got, openjpeg2, yep, got that, and v for LUtils, I think we've already checked that one, yep, zinilib, right, we haven't got that one. Okay, so it needs graphical environment. We've got FFmpeg. We've got alsalib. We've got pulse audio. It says at least one of them. libdvd nav. I think we installed that. libdvd nav. Yes. aa-lib we've done. faad we've done. FLAC we've done. Yep. gdk pixbuff. Yep. Glue I'm sure we've done. Yep. Image magic. No, we haven't done that. I'm sure that's a big one. So let's open that in a new window. So, right, here we go again. So, Xorg libraries we've got. System utilities 7-zip. I don't think we have that one. Nope. So, let's begin with that. Seven zip. So install it with these commands, or at least build it. Okay, that's done, and let's install it. And that's all complete. So 7-zip. Add that to the spreadsheet. And shut that down. It's got LLVM, we've done cups, curl, FFmpeg, FFTW, sane. Right, probably very little point installing this unless you are going to be doing scanning, so I'll install it even though it's probably a bit pointless for most people. We've got all the dependencies, so let's fetch it. Sane. So to access scanning, you'll probably need a related kernel driver, etc. USB scanner needs libUSB and so on. So we need to add a scanner group. And let's add the current user to that group. And I'll log in as Kernotex again to make that active. And go back to sources, BLFS, sane, backends. For a USB scanner, if you're linking to libUSB, include the configure switch enable USB 1. So I would have thought most people would have a USB scanner. So let's put that in. So this is about various libraries that are required for extra functionality that aren't installed. So let's now build this. Okay, that's done. Let's what's the install, was it? Yeah, make check. Okay, all tests passed, so let's now install. And that's done. It says to run scan image -L, but that's obviously not going to work because there's nothing plugged in. It looks like it's just going to hang there. Yeah, all right. It's been intelligent enough to prompt that there's nothing there. And there's information there about setting up a network scanner and so on. Oh, there is a client here to access a network scanner. So, but apart from that, that's the sane backends. And I'll add that to the list. So sane backends. Right, is that under sane as it is? Let me just check that's the right package. Yes, it is. Okay, so that's sane. Next we have wget we've done, xdg utils we've done, xdg. Yep, xterm we're running on. And GNU PG is done. Optional graphics libraries, Jasper, little CMS we've done, libgxps, libgxps. Right, looks like we haven't got that one. So we've got little CMS, libarchive, libjcare. Yeah, we've got all these. Right, so let's build it. XPS. Okay, simple installation. And that's done. So let's install that. There's no test suite. And that's complete. libgxps. Okay. Right, libhive or heath. Yeah, that's installed. libjpeg turbo got libjxl. I think we've done that. I think that was a rebuild sometime earlier. libpng, libraw. We've done that one. librsvg, we've done libtiff, libwebp, openjpeg, pango. I think we've got, yeah, so they're all done. Deja vu fonts we've done. Right, GIMP, okay. So let's load that one up. So once again, we've got a load of dependencies. So app stream, no. Needs curl ITS tool. ITS tool. Yeah, we've installed that. libfyaml. No, we haven't got that one. libyaml, I think we have. Yep. Git we got Sphinx RTD. Yep. So we can install this one. Right. So configure and compile. And I'll time this because it says it takes almost 2 SBUs. So let's see how long it really takes. Right, so that's complete. Let's install. Oh yes, it has installed. So I better check the results of the testing, and yeah, that looks fine. And installed OK. So that has been put on the spreadsheet. Let's shut that down now. And what we've got next? librsvg, libtiff, libxml, little cms, my paintbrushes. Definitely haven't had that one. Needs libmypaint. Again, straightforward build. And we'd better do that as the root. So that's done. My paintbrushes. So that's complete. Where have we got to? Poplar. Where's that? Yep, that's okay. That's due to be rebuilt as well after QT6. GraphViz, GhostScript, ISO codes I think we've done. Yep, libgudev. Yes, we've done that. pygobject. Yep. xtgutils. Yep. aalib we've done, alsalib we've done, grdocgen, gjs, that was the one to rebuild after GTK4, which is I think what we're currently involved with. libhive we've seen already, libmng. Right, we haven't got that one. Okay, we've got the two dependencies. Okay. So again, there's no real explanations. It's just standard, fairly standard instructions. So install it, and that's done. And let's do a remove LA files. Yeah, there's quite a few there. So libmng. That's done. And libunwind we've done. libwebp I think we've done. Yep. Lua we've done. OpenJPEG we've done. Okay, so that was relatively painless because we've done probably about 90% of the work. So let's now fetch the files to compile GIMP. So there's the main program, a patch, and some help. Right, so extract GIMP. If upgrading, remove some files. So we're not. Let's patch the program. And we've got any other options? No. Headless test disabled. Switch disabled using XVFB run for running the tests. Okay. So we'll leave that in, compile it. And wait for that to build. Right, so that's finished building, and we can run some tests which needs a graphical environment. So we may see things put on the screen as it goes through. Okay, so it does say 3 tests will fail, and that looks like the ones we've got. Yep, so they're expected. Let's install GIMP now. And the package installs icon files into the user share icons. Oh yeah, do we have a note here to do this as well? After GTK is installed, yeah, it's the same command, so I'll run this one first. And then this command here. And I'll remove it from here because that's now done. Is there any others to delete here? Probably not at the moment. Okay, so what else have we got left? Installation of the help file. Okay, and then build them. Right, so that is built. It's time to install the help files. And looks like that's complete. So I guess the only thing to do is to quickly test that. By running GIMP. And there's the main window. I think this is a splash screen. You can do a lot more now than the previous version, so I can just close that. And yeah, there's the GIMP. Let's do help. Let's get the help up. Yep, that's worked. So there's some icons there that have appeared, so that's good. Let's have a look at something like that maybe. There's no other images perhaps. Yeah, there's one, so that's all working correctly. So that's good. And if I do help about, yeah, there's the version there, so that's all good. So I'll quit that, and we can close that down. That's in the spreadsheet, and we can move on now to Inkscape. Let's have a look at GraphViz. Was this a rebuild? Or is it complete? Oh yeah, it's just to rebuild it after Qt and WebKit GTK. Right, okay, that's not a problem. So it's mostly built. So the next thing we've got is Inkscape. So this requires boost, which we've got. Double conversion. We haven't got. Let's build that. So it looks like we can just copy and paste this, accept the default options. Okay, make some tests. All good, and install it. And that's done. Okay, so that's double conversion. Close that down, and next we've got GC, which we've installed. GTK, GSL, which is installed. GTKMM, which we haven't got. That needs ATKMM. I don't think we've got that one either. No. SPI2 core we've got, I think. Yep. And it's been reinstalled. glibmm we haven't got, I'm sure. No. lib6c++. No, we haven't got that one. So let's install that next. Boost, libxslt. Yep, we've got all of these. libsig c. Right, so we don't want to build the API documentation, so that means we just copy and paste these commands. That's all built, all tested okay, so install. And that's done. So lib6c plus, oh, which version is that now? That is 2.1.2. There's two versions here, so we've got to make sure we get the right one, and also remember, if we come across it again, to double check the version. So now we can build glibmm. Okay, so nothing else about this here, just build it. Okay, run the tests. That's all good. And install. So glibmm. And again, we've got two different versions here. So we've got 2668 is the version we want. close that, and we can now build 80kmm. Same again, pretty stock instructions. This time there's no test suite though. So we'll just install that. That's done. ATKMM. There's only one version of that one, so that's simple. And now GTKM. Oh, we've got Pango MM. I'm sure we haven't got that one. libcairo MM. Yep, we've got all these. What is it called? Just Cairo MM. So we can build some HTML documentation by adding in build documentation equals true. And then run Ninja. Run some tests. All good. So install and that's done. Cairo MM. And again, there's two versions here. We've got 1.0 by the looks of it. But the actual version of the package is 1.1. 1.14.5. So now we can do Pango MM. I'm sure we've done Pango, haven't we? Is there a... Yeah. So again, same thing. Install it, and that's done. Pango MM. Again, there's two versions, so we've got 2.644. It always seems to be the earlier versions of the two for this little lot. So GTK MM now. Okay, and install it. Looks like we can add in some documentation as well. Okay, that's built, so let's run some tests. Okay, that was quick. That's unusual because it says you must be in a graphical environment as the test tried to open some windows, and that clearly didn't happen. So I'm not sure what has happened there. Let's try config, load the cache. That didn't look like that did anything really. Nope. Well, it says it's passed what it tests, so well, it's just one of those things, I suppose. It doesn't look bad, so I'll carry on. So if the documentation was built, we need to move it, and that's done. Okay, so GTK MMM, I've put it into the spreadsheet. We can shut that down. Back to Inkscape. LibXSL2 we're done. Poplar, sorry. Poplar, yes, and PopT. That's been done. Little CMS is done. libcam. Oh, ImageMagick it needs at runtime. Right, okay. libcambra to eliminate plugin warnings. Definitely haven't done that, but let me check. No. So this needs libvorbis, which we've got. I think the only one we haven't got is this one here. libg streamer GTK. Yep. Sound theme free desktop. So simple instructions. Oh, something's happened here, is it? Let me try that again. Configure prefix equals user. That's okay. Oh, that's all strange. It seemed to have yeah, did something there. A bit unusual. Right, so let's install that. That's done. Sound theme free desktop. Sound theme free desktop. So that's done. Close that down. libcanberra, right, so fetch these. So apply the patch. Disable the OSS, which is what we want, and we don't want to disable GTK3. that's installed. Sorry, that's built, so now it's installed. And we can tidy it up. So libcanberra. Back to Inkscape and Potrace. We've done that one. Cache control. No, we haven't done that one. Python module. Message pack. Oh, okay, looks like we've got another hierarchy of dependencies here that we haven't installed. Python and PyTest, we've got these two. Name or service not known. Right, now that's a problem. So it looks like that website's disappeared. So we've got our backup, if you remember, of the Oregon State University, hopefully. Yeah, there it is there. So let's put that in a new tab. And we're looking for MSG pack 112. MSG pack. Oh, there's only 104 there. That's interesting. And yet we're on BLFS 13. There's some strange things going on here. Message pack 104. And that says 112. Ah, right, okay. Conglomeration, let's have a look in that one. So message pack not found. MSG pack. Yep, that's right. So is it under Python maybe? Let's have a look in there. M. No, it's not here either. Right, in that case, I'm going to have to do a search, I think. That won't work, will it? Right, so we want to look for messagepack.tar.gz. Let's put that in there and press enter. So let's see. 112. Download files. Let's copy that link and see if we can fetch it. I'll surround it in quotes just in case. Oh, that's the same place. Okay. Let's try this one, GitHub. release is 112. So somewhere down, no, 112. This is hard to drive when you can't see the whole page. Reactions, I can't see a download or anything that looks like. Let's try that. Oh, this is annoying. Go to File. Let's try that. Cache insights. Right, I don't want that. Let's look at the tags. Oh, right, this looks better. So tar.gz, that's the one we want. Copy link location. That's better. Now, because I've got this from somewhere other than what's mentioned in the book, especially so, I'm going to validate this. MD5 sum. Oh, it hasn't got a nice name, so let's move it and call it what it should have been called, which is not that. Is that we can't copy that, so let's highlight it again and now do MD5 sum message pack. So no, you see it's got a different MD5 sum, which is strange, means it's from what looks to be a reputable place. This is really weird. Right, let's try somewhere else then. That's 111. So that's no good. Page message pack. No, that's no good. Let's try that one then. No. Right, this has got loads of versions here. So 112. Oh, these aren't tar GZ. Oh, there it is down there. Let's try that one then. Copy link. Right, so it's saved it as .1 because it's got the same name, but let's do empty-vive sum. Let's do it on message packs, see if they are the same. They're not, so that's good. So if we go back to the dependencies, yeah, that second one does match. So that's good. So if we get rid of the original file and then rename the one we've got, and I'll check it again. MD5 sum message pack, so starts off B699 and it ends 47D3, so that looks pretty good. So that was lucky. I'm not sure why that's so elusive. So let's extract that now. And install it, or build it rather. And install it. Okay, and test it with PY test. And that's passed. Okay, so that's message pack, and that's a dependency. Message pack. So Python dependency called message pack. And we'll get rid of that. Now we're back to the Python modules, requests. Request 2325. Looks like we've got that, but I'm going to check. Yep. And UV build, UV underscore build. Haven't got that one. Maturin. Haven't got that one. Rust C have we got set up tools Rust? Set up tools. No, we've got set up tools SCM but not Rust, so let's do that one next. Semantic version. We haven't got that either. PY test we have, so here we are at the bottom of the tree again. Oh, this is strange. So why is this website not working? It must be down. That's all I can think of. Okay, I think what I might do is just give this a rest and see if it comes back up later. Right, so I'm going to try that again. Yeah, it's working now, so obviously the website must have been down for a moment. So I'll do an MD5 sum on that out of interest. So semantic version. Yep, that all matches. So let's extract that. And install it, build it and install it and test it. Okay, that's all passed. It says there's 500 plus warnings issued to deprecate syntax. So that's okay. Semantic version. So let's put that in the spreadsheet, and that's a Python dependency. Semantic version. Okay, let's get rid of that one. And the next one we've got is Setup Tools Rust. Okay, once again, we'll build it and install it. That's okay, and test it. And that's all okay as well. Setup Tools Rust. So, semantic version was a Python dependency, and this is a Python dependency too. Setup Tools Rust. Okay. Next we've got Patch Elf, which is a normal package by the looks of it. Oh, looks like we've already got this one. Right, let me check that. Oh yes, so we have. Okay, that's good. Right, so we can install Maturin then. Right, so build it. Right, so that's built. I'm going to install it now with that and run some tests. Okay, so we've got one failure, is that? For test external, unknown to fail, right? So we've got one, hopefully. What have we got? Test MacHog's deployment target. Well, that's not included, but I guess because we're not on that platform, that would explain why that's failed. Otherwise, the 4 that they say are known to fail have actually passed. So I think, considering all that, that's not a problem. So that's maturing. Right, so let's update that. Maturing. Okay. I'll shut that down and we can do UV build now. Okay. I haven't examined these closely, these commands, but they look to be all the same apart from the name of the package on the install. But I might be wrong with that. So I'll just wait for that to build. Right, that's done. So let's install. And that's complete. So UV build. Python dependency is complete. Shut that down, and we now can build this one by the looks of it. So cache control. Oops. So build it and install it. Requirement already satisfied requests. Okay, is it saying, oh, because we've already installed those dependencies. Right, okay. So let's run the tests. And it says PY test may output a warning about an unraisable exception after the tests are finished. This is expected due to the version of the Chroot module that the tests download. Okay. So it looks like it's running the test at the moment. And yes, unraisable exception. So that's expected. We've got 101 passed, so that's fine. So cache control is a module. Cache control PY. Cache control. Okay. So we'll close that down. Back to Inkscape. Cache control CSS select. That looks like there might be another module of some sort. So let's have a look. Yes, it's actually a Python module by the looks of it. And I don't think that's been installed. No. So CSS select. So we've got the dependencies. So build the module and install it. And that's done. So CSS select Python module, and back to Inkscape. So LXML, we've got NumPy. I think we installed that. Yep. And PY serial. No, we haven't got that one. So let's do that one next. So this is a Python module. We've got the dependencies. PY serial. And build and install. And that's finished. So PY serial is another Python module. PY serial, there it is. So shut that down, and we've got scour. No, it doesn't look like we've installed that one at all, so let's pull that one up. Alright, okay, it's another Python module 6. Yeah, we've got that one. Let's just have a quick look at that one. Right, yeah. Okay, so let's fetch this one. Oops. So build the module and install it. Yep, that's done. So scour Python module. And we go back to Inkscape, and we've got a spell. Let's check that. Yep, that's installed. Dbus we've got. Doxygen, gspell. No, we haven't got that one. So this requires enchants, which I think we've got. Yeah, we have that one. ICU we have, GTK3, glib, GTK doc, Valgrind, yep, so we've got all the dependencies for that. Okay. So prevents building the documentation, so if we leave that off, we'll get some documentation. Ninja. And Ninja test. It says one test will fail if the external package Hunspell is not installed, which is what we've got there. So I think we can install that. And that's gspell done. So gspell. Okay, so that means I think we're now in a position to build Inkscape, so copy that and a patch as well. Right, so let's do the patch and extract the package. Okay, it's got a date after it. Right, so we put in the patch first. Can't find it. Right, that's interesting. Escape 1432602.1 patch. Can't open the patch file. Right, I don't know why that's not working. Let's try typing the command in. Patch minus np 1 minus I. Oh, it should be. Oh, it's because. Yeah, the command's wrong, isn't it? It should have a dot dot in front of it. That's why. So if I record it and just put a dot dot in there, so that's a typo in the book. That's better. Sometimes it's the simplest things that go wrong. So what we've got here: make build type release no dev with dbus on. If you wish to use Inkscape in interactive scripts which manipulate images, so may as well use that because we've got dbus. So let's just plonk that in there. Manually specify variables are not used by the project with dbus. Oh, right, okay. Does that mean it's ignored it? Don't know. Well, let's build it and see how it goes. Right, that's finished building, so let's install Inkscape. Oops. Right, I'll type that in. Oh, I've pasted that again, haven't I? Right, I'm going to kill that, I think, in case I do any damage. And load up a new Xterm. Right, sudo make install. Was I in a build? Yes. Okay, that's done. Just got to update these caches. There's the root. And looks like I should have done that as the root as well. Update. Desktop database minus Q. Okay, so in theory, if I run Inkscape, we should hopefully get, there's a splash screen. And is this a configuration, is it? Yep. New document. Okay, that looks like for some reason it's gone off the screen. It's decided to make the window bigger than the screen is, so maybe it hasn't taken into account the title bar possibly. But anyway, there is Inkscape to help about. And yeah, that looks like that's all okay. Not sure how to close this. Escape. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be, unless there's anything in user share. Let's have a find. If I put that in the background, find user share. That's our name. Star.svg. Oh, there's loads. A4 poster, let's try that one. I'll paste that in there. Right, looks like I can't paste in there, so user share GTK doc HTML Babel graphics. So GTK doc HTML Babel graphics A4 poster. Yep, okay, so there's an image that's been loaded. And yeah, so that looks like that's working fine. I'll quit that, close without saving. So that is Inkscape. All complete. Now let's go back to ImageMagick, and we've got in the script. Let's have a look at that one. So I've added that to the spreadsheet. In script we haven't got, so let's pull that one up. Cannot convert UTF encoded text to PostScript. The solutions to use PAPS OA instead of InScript. Right, okay, so I better install that one as well, I think, as it's in the book as well. So let's do this one first. FMT. Yeah, we've done that one, and pretty sure we've got Pango. Yeah. So and download the package and a patch. So fix some issues and configure and compile. Okay, that's done. So let's install that. And that's done. Right, so sticking that into the spreadsheet, and we'll go back to InScript. InScript. So probably want to change this to A4 because that's the size of paper that you use. There's nothing else to change. And compile that. Make some text info documents by the looks of it. And because we've got text live installed, we can build the PostScript and PDF documentation and run some tests. All 25 passed, so now let's install this. And also the documentation we built as well. And that's done. So that's in script. So shut that one down. And yep, done that. Potrace I think we've done. Yep. And text live. So that's the end of all the dependencies for ImageMagick. So let's now fetch it. Okay. So we've got some extra options we can add in here, looks of it, to the configure command. HDRI modules Perl. So we've got FFTW. We've got RSVG. Auto trace. Right, that's an external library, so we haven't got that. WMF. That's external. GVC. What does it say that is? Graph. Oh, graph is okay. So we've got that. Security policy. So I have to read about that to see if that would be an issue or not. Windows core fonts. We haven't got that installed. Could install it, but I don't think I'm going to bother because they're quite old. Right, so we can specify this. These options are the ones you should have to pass. All other dependencies will be automatically detected. Right, okay. So we need to put in user share fonts. Deja vu there. Okay, so yeah, all these delegates is found. So that looks okay. Yeah, there's no Windows fonts. Deja vu fonts, it seems to be happy with. So it seems like there's even more dependencies that could be installed that are obviously outside of the BLFS build or BLFS book. So happy with that. Let's build it. Right, so that's built. Let's install it. Okay, some libtool archives there. Okay, that's done. We can run make check to do some tests. It says that it uses Helvetica from the Ghostscript standard fonts, which are optionally installed in Ghostscript. So I can't remember if they were added in or not, but let's try and run that. See how long this takes. So we could expect a failure there. Right, okay, so that actually has passed. So we must have had that font. So I don't think there's any graphical front end with ImageMagick. I believe I'm right in saying it's just a collection of tools. Just run one of them just to make sure it's run okay. Yeah, that's fine. So let's tidy that up. And that's the end. We can close this window. So that's good. We're starting to roll back some of the dependencies we've picked up. ImageMagick is on the spreadsheet. So let's go back here and carry on with the dependencies for Zini libraries or Zine libraries. lib-a52. Don't think we've done that one. That's an audio one. Yeah. So let's install that next. A52 decoder. So we've got to configure and make, and it alters the C flags, but it also picks them up by the looks of it. So we can see what the output of this would be. So looks like it's removing O3. I presume that's what it's doing. Let's try. Oh, bad substitution. Okay, I can't do that. Yeah, I'm not really sure what that's doing, but to me it looks like it's removing a G and an O3. Let's do a little experiment. So if we create something like, well, let's put that in. So we know that echo dollar open brace k test colon minus G minus O3 should do nothing to k test, and it doesn't. However, if we set k test to 3, no, I don't know what it's doing actually. Does it say here? Oh, it appends fpic C flags, but to use G03 instead of an empty string when C flags is not set. Oh, I see. This is needed to compile a lib-A52 without runtime text relocation. Runtime text relocation is prohibited on the x86-64, so fpic is strictly required. Okay, so I'm not even sure if that's a requirement on the AArch. Let's check. Let's do a quick search. Is text relocation allowed on AArch 64? Is generally not allowed due to security and performance. So I would say can probably add that in. And in fact, this depends. So the default is G03, so I think I need to modify. Let's unset k test. So I think what I need to do is to set C flags to add in to be equal to C flags plus G and O3 and fpic. If G and O3 are the standard and the BLFS are adding fpic, I think that's what needs to be set. So let's run make. I'll pause it to see that it has added that in, and it has. You can see it there, minus G fpic O3. And that's built. So let's run the tests now. That's all okay. So let's install that, and that's done. So A52 deck, lib-A52 is it? Yeah, lib-A52. And I'll just put a note saying that I changed the C flags to changed C flags after configure command to C flags equals dollar curly bracket C flags close curly bracket minus G minus O3 minus fpic. Okay, so that's all done. So we've got libdvd CSS. I think we've done that. No, we haven't. Right, so libdvd CSS. Yeah. Right. So straightforward build. Install it, and that's done. And that static file is reminding me that I wanted to do a remove LA files again. Yeah, there's a few there. So libdvd CSS is complete. Libmad. Let's check here, it'll be quicker. No. So we've got a patch file as well. So there's no extra options to modify for configure. There's no test suite. Install that, and we've got a configuration file to create. So let's put that in. And tidy up. Libmad. Next, we've got libmng. Looks like we've got that one. In fact, I haven't deleted it. I'll just check that I have actually finished installing that. Yep, that's installed, so I can remove libmng directory. Let's see if there's anything else I've left as well. What was that one? Font, cargo. Right, that must have been for some testing, so let's get rid of that. A52 deck I've just done, I've just forgotten to delete that, so A52 deck. Okay, so libmng is installed. libnsl, I think we've got that. Yep, libva, I'm sure we've got that as well. We have libvorbis, libvpx, mesa samba. Is that what we're trying to build, I think? Yeah, I'm not Not sure now. Local search beyond. Don't think we've built Samba yet. Let's pull that one up. Did that need something else? Or is it installed? Oh, I wonder if it's installed. No, it's not. No, I don't remember. Oh, SIF's IO stat. No, that's not there. No. Could this be installed and reinstalled later then? I think it could. Strange, because I thought we were on the way to building this, and it seems like maybe it's one of the sessions that I've lost on Dillo then. Right, let's go through this then. So, PC, got that. Pass yap, pass yap. We've got RPC, SVC. We've got fuse. Right, we haven't got fuse. PY test. Right, we can install this one. Oh, no, that's interesting. We've already downloaded it. And I couldn't find it on. Right, I've forgotten to add this in then, in that case. What's libfuse? So is it under user sbin? No. Oh, fuser mount. So that's on the 20th of April, and looks like it's pointing to nothing. Oh no, that's the sticky bit set there by the looks of it. Right, okay, so I've definitely done it then. Get rid of that. So I've got GPGME is in ICU. We've got Jansen, I'm pretty sure we've got. Yep, libtazen. Yep. libxsl2, we've got power, we've got LMDB, we've got Kerberos, we haven't. OpenLDAP, we have. Avati, we've got. Bind. Is that necessary to install? If you're only interested in utilities, refer to bind utilities. Okay, I think this might be a good thing to install rather than the server. That would be quite involved, and if it wasn't set up correctly, could probably get in the way of the actual real DNS. So let's get the bind package and check. So that libirk, I'm sure that was done. Yep, and libuv, I think we've got. Yep, JSON C. We've got, yep, and ng http libcap with pam. Yep, libxml2 sphinx we've got. Okay. So let's build this. User option not installed. Okay, so we've got ng http2, so we don't need to put that disable in. Right, so that's built. So I'm going to become root to install all the libraries and the programs and the documentation. And that's done. So I wouldn't expect there to be any configuration with this, being they're just tools and there isn't. Oh, right, and remove some libtool archive files that were created then. So that's bind utilities. We don't need bind because we don't want the server. Cups, we've got Cyrus, we've got GDB. Now, I really, perhaps, I don't know. The trouble I had with Cyrus before and with Subversion and then trying to get it to build and finally disabling it. I'm wondering if I should do the same thing with Samba, but I guess if it builds okay and tests okay, then there's not anything to worry about. So let's look for GDB has been installed. Git, we've got GNU-PG, I think we've got. Yep. libaio we've got. libarchive I think we've got. Yep. libcat with PAM, we've just checked that. libgcrypt. We've got that. libnsl. Yep. lib unwind. We've got markdown. Yep. NSS. Yep. Popped. We've we've got that. Talloc. Right, we haven't got that one. DocBook 4.5. Let's check these because some of these are slightly different versions. DocBook XML 4.5 have got. XSL. Yep. XSL2 we've got. GDB. Git libnsl. libterpc valgrind xfprogs. Yep, we've got all that. Okay, so it's got lots of dependencies, but it's a simple build. Okay, so let's make check. That's complete. Let's install it. And that's installed. So let's put that in to the spreadsheet. Talloc. And tidy that up. So next we've got Vala, we've got Valgrind, XFS progs, and 6 and PY tests we've got. Oh, that's for developer test suite. So we can fetch Samba now and build it. And I'll be building just for the client side. I'm not going to bother with the server. I guess I could do it. I was going to say it's not really a desktop thing, but then Windows, it's got the capability to share from the desktop, so maybe I will. So to support the test suite, set up a Python virtual environment for some Python modules out of scope of BLFS. Okay, and then we've got this configure command here. And let's see if there's anything else to add to that. Right, so we need to remove the with-mit Kerberos line because we haven't got that installed. Right, I think that's all there is. So let's press enter that. Right, so that's the configure. Let's run make and wait for it to finish. Okay, so that's built, and we can run some quick tests with this command. Right, that's finished. So let's have a look at this. It should report all okay, which it has done. Now, there's an extended developers test, they call it, that takes a lot longer to run, 290 SBUs running with make tests, so that's quite a long time. So I don't think that's something that I should be running on this Raspberry Pi. It'll probably take quite a while to run. Let's just see how it's going. Right, so it's already found an error. It does say there's about 73 errors and 30 failures. So I'll just abandon that and carry on with the rest of the instructions. Not upgrading, so let's become root and install. Okay, so that is installed. Let's go on to configuring. Don't normally use printing through SMB, but if you do, there's some commands there. Minimum standalone client only installation. If you want to mount shares and print to Windows printers and don't want to share your files and printers to Windows machines, an SMB comp file with the following 3 parameters is sufficient. So let's edit that. Standalone file print server. So again, it's to edit this. This is the same as the top of this, but also you've got the option of sharing home directories and printers as well. So I don't normally use that. What does this do? Right, okay, I suppose we could do that. Let's put that in. So any printer that's connected via SMB would be available to anybody. Let's put these in. And start the Samba daemons at boot, install the system D units. So install Samba and the Winbind D daemons. I don't normally use that one, but again, that can be installed. There's 2 types of units, a service and a socket file. Explains it there. By default, the first method is used. The daemon is started and booted at shut down. Started at boot and stops at shutdown. If the socket method is desired, you need to run the following commands as the root user. Only the SMB daemon can be socket activated. So I don't know what effect that would have on the end user, but if we do system ctl status Samba and start it to ensure that it will actually start. Right, so it isn't. So some other configuration needs to be done. Clearly. I'll fail to start this Samba AD daemon. Unable to locate executable user bin Samba. Oh, that's interesting. Samba tools. Oh yeah, it's not there. No such file or directory. Right, did something go wrong with install then? Let's try it again. Is it to do with this environment? Maybe. Let's try installing like that. The rest of it should be okay. Oh, still not there. Well, the only thing I can think of is because I've banded the extended test, but I can't believe that would break the binary unless it does recompile it or something and it deleted the original. I might have to rebuild this and try again, possibly. Yeah, that's the final directory. Okay, well, I think I'm going to have to reinstall it, unfortunately. But this time I won't start the extended tests or even break into them. Alright, so let's extract it again. Set up the virtual environment. Let's recall the configure command that I'd used. Prefixing users. ADDC. I've removed the system mit Kerberos. Remove this if you do not have Kerberos installed. Enable self-test, disable RPI500 install. Right, let's run that again. Right, so that has finished configuring. Let's run make again. Right, so that's built again. Let's now run the quick tests and skip starting or breaking into the long test and try to install this again. Right, so let's carry on. That was all okay. And I'll run this time being so we're trying to reinstall a fresh version. And I'll run the install with the proper path set in case it makes a difference. Okay. Okay, so that's installed. I'm going to become root now and finish off the rest of the install instructions. So let's put this in again. And I imagine this won't have changed. Oh, smb.conf.default, that should be, should it? Oh, that's an etc conf. Oh, that's slightly different then. Right, okay, so I've done that wrong. I misread that. So let's go into Samba. Oh, there's already one there. Let's have a look. Right, there's already some stuff in there anyway, so I guess what I'll do is I'll move that to the original and then copy smb.conf to smb.conf.default. So that's now correct according to the book as a example, and smb.conf needs to be adjusted so that these lines aren't here. Okay, so now let's have a quick look at the user bin Samba. No, it's still not there. I'm a bit dumbfounded by that. Not quite sure why that is. Don't know, I just didn't go there straight away actually. Right, that's the wiki page. BLFS, and I want to go to the home. That is the home. News. Read online, is it? Oh yeah, this is it. Errata. Let's see what's here. Okay, that's just about grub. Okay, let's go to sources, BLFS, system D units. I presume these are text files. Samba AD daemon. Right, so that's what we haven't got. So to start Samba daemons, install. Right, so that's why that's not building, because we haven't built the is it Active Directory, I think AD stands for. So that's why that's failing. let's have a look at SMBD. System DCTL. System CTL. So that bit's loaded. CTL. So it says that the sample service disabled preset enabled. I'm not sure what that means. Can I remove that? Where is it samba.service? Journal. Well, it looks like it might be running, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure this is right for what I've done. So I'm going to stop that. Yes, that's still running, active dead. And I'm going to remove that file. And if we look at the BLFS units, was it? Samba. SMBD and SMBD socket. Yeah, I think I'm just going to install those two. And use the socket method, it seems, because I don't like the fact those errors are appearing because I haven't got the active directory. I'm still not sure if I've done something, I've missed something out. Without ADDC. That's the domain controller. Right, Let's have a look at the make file for Samba. Install Samba. So it installs an NMBD service, Samba service, SMBD, that. So it's installed them already. Right, I think that might be all I need. Looks like it's installed everything else as part of that. The only way I can check that it will boot correctly and start the server correctly is by rebooting, which I don't really want to do at the moment, so I'm going to have to check that later when I do reboot. There was an NMBD there as well. So we can start this. So that's worked, the NetBIOS name server. Let's try the SMBD. Yeah, that's come up okay. SMB client. There's a way of testing this. I don't think it's in here anymore. No, I can't remember the commands now. There's a quick way of testing this. Client. List of shares. Let's try that. Service. Right, I haven't set up a SMB user, so it needs more administration anyway. This will fail. Oh, no, it has worked. Okay, I thought this is obviously working differently to how I remember it from when I've last set this up, which is quite a while ago. But yeah, it does seem to be working there. I wonder if I could just take a look from a remote machine, which obviously you can't see. I'll do the same thing with the IP address of the Raspberry Pi. I need to set the user. I presume that's going to be a username equals root. All right, it's user, not username. No, I can't seem to get that to work. So I haven't got enough knowledge of it now, or I've forgotten it. But it certainly does look like it's got a share running. But at least we've got it installed for Zinilib and anything else that needs it. So can't really explain why that's not working. That would need further investigation, whether it is a problem or more likely I've done something wrong, missed something out. At least, well, I hope it won't cause any errors on reboot. I'll have to have a look at it again if there is errors when it boots up. So that's on the spreadsheet. I'll put the fact that I had errors, errors when service started. So user share, what was the file location? Oh, is it sudo? User lib systemd. Service, right, so I've put that, I've deleted that service file. But like I say, I won't know until I've rebooted the machine, so we'll have to hope that it's working as it is okay. So let's carry on with speaks. We've got that. Oxygen V4L utils we've got, so we can install this now. There's quite a few fixes here. So first patch to fix FFmpeg. The newer version since 7. Same or similar thing with GCC, newer versions of GCC. And then another patch for newer version of FFmpeg, even newer than the original. And then we can build this or configure it first. Let's see what other options there are. Right, I've not installed the VCD imager. I'm not building for Windows. Doctor. Disable VA API. It uses switch if libVA is installed and glue is not. Okay, so we've got both of those, so it's not a problem. Right, and we've got the config.guest problem again. From 2016, so it's one of the newer ones, but obviously still not new enough. I think the Raspberry Pi was probably about 3 or 4 years old at that point, probably 4 years old. So once again, I'll just copy my config.guest I've used so many times now and rerun the configure. Okay, and build this. Right, that's built. There's no test suite. Not going to build the API documentation, so let's install that. Right, when installing Makefile does some additional linking. If you do not have Xorg in user, the library path variable needs to be defined for the root user, so we have got it there. And we don't want to install the API documentation. There was some more libtool archives there, so let's remove them. There's a couple, and that's Zinni done. Yep. Okay. So that's Zinni lib. Close that down, back to OpenCV. We've got Apache, we've got Java. I'll probably be building that very soon, so we can compile it from source, because we've just been using the binary one. Protobuf. We haven't got Abseil. We haven't got that either. So let's build this. So what have we got here? Path. Okay, so just copy and paste the instructions that are in the book. Right, so let's do Ninja install. And that's done. What am I doing? I think it might be time for a break. Abseil. Okay. So protobuf next. So this looks like similar instructions to the previous one, Abseil CPP. So I guess they're probably related projects. Right, so that's built, so no tests, I'll just install. And that's done. Protobuf 33.5, that's installed and it's entered on the spreadsheet. So I think that was the last one to build here. Yep. So let's get OpenCV now. So let's expand this. OpenCV. And we unpack some optional modules that we downloaded. Create a build directory. Copy the CMake command. We'll just check any of the options. There's not that much information, just confirming some of the information about the options that are there. So might have to add this one. OpenCV extra modules path. Instructions to build system, build additional modules. Some packages in BLFS such as GST plugins bad. Need these modules to build components that use OpenCV. Right, is that what we're... Yes, we are going to build that, so we're going to rebuild that by the looks of it, or we are going to build it. So that's good, we've got these modules, so I need to put this in as well. Right, that has configured. I was just looking at the dependencies we've got. We do build GST plugins bad after this, so it takes into account those modules as I've read. Then we'll be doing whatever else is needed with GTK4 and GTK4, and then we've got OpenCV to rebuild again by the looks of it, but we've got all the packages, so I think that one we can probably just skip. But yeah, we'll see when we come to that. There's certainly no GTK4 here, as if it was a dependency, so it must have been for something else. So we'll carry on getting this one compiling with make. Right, that's done. So there's no test suite. Let's install it. And that's complete. Okay. Open CV. Add that to the spreadsheet, and that's another Dello window completed.